think we're good to go live. Doing a quick mic check real quick. Seems that it looks like it's working fine. I wish you could boost a little bit better still. Hello everyone, hope you're doing well. Oh, forgot that the chat kind of cues itself on the screens unless I hover over it in advance. But in which case, hope everyone's doing well today. We are back in Magic, and we are going to be bringing up some brand new ideas for playing in the standard format. Now, I know that one of our deck ideas already has seen some similar play on the ladder as I was testing it, but I'm still interested. I still very much believe that it's a good deck and fun to play, so I do want to still show it off. Now, one of the deck ideas that we're doing also is we're trying to see if we can update one of our older deck ideas to this standard rotation and see if the new cards will allow, and that would be the discard Bombardment deck. But first we'll get ahead into our newest deck design with Can't Stay Dead. Alright. So, with this deck idea, Can't Stay Dead, we actually are taking advantage of not only Can't Stay Away, and the Extraction Specialist, which we already know are strong combinations of cards for bringing back cards from the graveyard, but we are going to be using the new Serra Paragon. This is a 3/4 flyer that once during each of your turn, you may play a land from your graveyard or cast a permanent spell with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard. If you do, it will gain when this permanent is put into your graveyard from the battlefield, exile it, you gain 2 life. This means that you'd still actually get the death triggers on the card because it has to go to the graveyard first and then exile itself. But the other thing to make note of is that if we end up using something like Touch of the Spirit Realm, we discard this card to channel target our creature to prevent it from dying, or just to reset the ETB on the card, then we'll be able to actually make it lose this death trigger effect and treat it as if it never had it. So this works really well. So we say are in the later part of the game, we end up having the Paragon on the board. We play a Specialist from our graveyard. Specialist allows us to revive any of our 2 costs from our graveyard. Then we could potentially discard the Spirit Realm, flicker the Specialist, be able to get it to come back to the board, revive another 2-drop, and then if the Specialist were to die again, we could still potentially replay it back from the graveyard. The other thing to make note of is Touch of Spirit Realm is a 3-cost permanent, so its channel ability to help reset and protect our cards is particularly useful because then we can always play it back out as an enchantment to seal up our opponent's creatures or artifacts by playing from the graveyard with the Paragon. So we're getting lots of extra value from playing this Paragon, and to the point that I think that we probably want to up this to like maybe 3 or even 4 copies with this deck design, but we're going to stick with 2 for right now. The other thing to make note of is with the Paragon's ability to bring back lands, it does actually really help with things like the Storefront, or any of these lands that enter the battlefield, you sacrifice them and go get yourself another land, because not only do you get the 1 point of life from the Storefront itself, but when this triggers to go search for another land, it'll exile itself, get ourselves more land to the board, and give us an extra 2 life thanks to the Paragon's removal trigger. So I think this is just going to be lots of value and interesting things. To take advantage of our value, we went with Hopeful Initiate as a great 1-drop. We have some Cathar Commandos in the deck because it allows us to be able to sacrifice it to destroy any artifact or enchantment. Gives a little spot removal action since a lot of people are testing out artifacts and enchantments in this new set. But not only that, it's still a great 2-drop 3/1. We are using some Spirit Companions just to get that draw value for the deck, because we also have some sacrifice purposes with Rite of Oblivion. We have some Thalias to tax all the non-creature spells. Since we don't run too many of them, doesn't really hurt us, and it's always great to be able to make our opponents pay more for their spells. We run some Voldaren Bloodcasters because we are looking at the fact that a lot of our creatures will just end up coming to the board, dying, being brought back, and potentially dying again. And all these blood tokens can help us dig into more action, but if we get enough blood tokens, they'll still transform into 3/3, and we can turn those blood tokens into 2/2 bats. So, all in all, I think it's a really solid card for the deck. A couple copies can't stay away just to be strong synergy with the specialist and most of our just deck in general. Rites of Oblivion, not as powerful with most decks nowadays since we don't have as much treasure production anymore. But with our deck, since we do have the ability to generate blood tokens and just revive our cards consistently, it works out probably very well for us. We have some Welcoming Vampires to give us a little more card draw. Wedding Announcement because it serves all sorts of useful functions for our deck, giving us tokens for Rites of Oblivion sacrifice, the ability to give our creatures all +1/+1, and the potential just some extra card draw as well. So we are just like a aggressive value deck, and we'll see how well this will work. Hope everyone's doing well and enjoying their day so far. Alright, what do we deal with on the first match? On the open, seems decent enough to keep. While we are looking at a little trouble of not having the guaranteed third mana source, Companion should help us draw into it. I think I'm going to lead with Bloodcaster. Just go for the more aggressive play. Most likely still just eat removal since I see our opponent is on black here. Bankbuster, so they're going for some draw value. Alright, please give us a land deck. That is unfortunate. I mean, luckily, most of our cards are cheap in the deck, so we don't need too many lands. I am running 24, with 4 of them being lands that sacrifice to go get lands out of the deck. So we shouldn't have too many problems getting our third mana source. We get the third mana source, I'm just going to go for the announcement, but still not the case. Please deck land. Opponent's going to use cut down. That's okay. There we go, we got that land. Now, we are unfortunately running ourselves into a easy meat hook here for our opponent, but since they used cut down, I don't think they had the meat hook. But then again, they could have also just been using cut down to deny us the extra blood triggers from death of cards. Ball sleeper for our opponent. Let's go for the announcement right now. Go for the swing. I kind of want to save the specialist play after one more mana, so that way we could potentially pitch. Oh, there's one more mana. Unfortunately, this is tap land. Alright, we're going to use one of these, get that off the board. Because that makes us lose 2 life whenever we draw, and whenever they draw, they gain 2. A really strong card. I think this is actually one of the strongest of the cards that you can ask for from this set. Alright, our turn. We hit another storefront. We'll touch the Spirit Realm, remove this, use this, and we'll get ourselves another white source. Since we're primarily a white deck with black splashed in for the support spells. I forgot that I had priority because of the blood, so I was just kind of waiting for our opponent to finish. Alright, so there is that meat hook that I was worried about. And one of the reasons why I wanted not to just throw this out earlier. Specialist to the board. We'll revive the Bloodcaster. Play this, get ourselves another land out of the deck. Make it a black source this time. And pass it back. This way, if the opponent does have like another meat hook, we can flicker the Specialist. Alright, another Goldred for our opponent. Fortunately, this might be a case where we're going to have to just play Touch the Spirit Realm just to get rid of that. No blocks. Put this to the board. Yep, we lose another 2 life. Play this. Get rid of that. Attack in. Put down Thalia because opponents only has enough mana to do Meat Hook 2. So if they have another Meat Hook, this makes that where they can only do Meat Hook 1. Hey there, Izzy. Hope you're doing well. Glad you're joining us today. We have our opponent down to 4, so unless they have some kind of sweep, I think we're good to win this one. Oh, that's good to hear there. Yeah, that's unfortunately not enough for our opponent. Them just being stuck on their lands has led to their defeat. We get the Paragon, so we just send them all. Opponent can only block 2 creatures, and 2 creatures getting through is always going to be 4 damage, at the very least. We'll have to take a look at what you've been doing so well within the format. One of the things I could have done, actually, to make it so that way we could have probably pushed more damage, was sacrifice this to prevent that from blocking, but wasn't necessary. Alright, first win. 80% win rate out of 10 games? I mean, that's still really good odds. They said you posted it in your Discord. What kind of deck is it? Have you posted it yet, or am I gonna have to wait for a moment or two for it to be posted? Because if we're gonna have to give you a moment to post, I'll just go ahead and jump into a game and we'll check it out right after the next game. How's that sound? Oh, there it is. There it is. I see it. All right, let's take a look at this. 1 second. Hey there, Hinch. How are things going? Izzy's got a quick deck they want to share that they've been doing well with the in the historic format. And here's the deck idea they have. It looks like this is the mono red aggro. So it's a Cavalcade Bombardment deck. Seems pretty solid. The only card that seems a little strange is the Perforator, just because it doesn't trigger Calamity. Because it has to have power 1 or less to trigger this one. I mean, Raid Bombardment still triggers off of it, which is good. And it does have just the general deal 1 damage when it attacks, which is also really solid. I think the only thing I would maybe suggest for your deck would just be some maybe direct burn, just like a lightning strike or something, and maybe replace the perforators with that. But I do like the idea of your deck here. It's very simple, and in its simplicity, it works really well. I know some people, once when they do the style deck, instead of using Tin Street Dodger, they'll use the artifact creature, the Gingerbread Man card. Forgetting the name of it, because it's got the similar ability, but it doesn't matter what color you use. But nice to hear you're doing well with that. Jump back into our games here. Yeah, the See a Pair of Goblins is really solid for the deck. The fact that you can get yourself a wide board state, and after you get that declaration of attack triggers for all the cavalcades and such, then you can pump them. It's really solid. The other thing that's really good about the card is the fact that you can just generate the 1/1s in case someone's already like board wiped you or something. All right. Let's see here. On the open, I think we have a pretty keepable hand. Got 3 mana, 2 mana for Cathar. We got the Specialist, so I think it's a keep. Right, we'll play this, get ourselves a white source. Would play. I would have a playset out of wild cards. Ah. Wait, which one would you have done the playset of? Because on your Cavalcade deck, I wasn't sure if you're saying you're going to go more Bombardments or more Pair of Goblins here, but either case, all the cards are really solid in it. Oh, the instant. Well, the instant's only a common now, so it shouldn't be that hard to get some more wild cards for those. Sorry, buddy. We'll just land pass here. I'm gonna flash in the Cathar Commando against our opponent. Alright, Cathar Commando. Bring in Bloodcaster, and we'll just sacrifice the Commando, get rid of their announcement. Opponent's got Liliana. That's not too much of an issue for us. Bring out the Specialist. And bring back Bloodcaster. The instant? No, there's a new version of the Lightning Strike printed for the new set. It's in common form. For Lightning Strike. If you're talking about UC or Paragoblins, you're right. That one is uncommon. We'll discard a Touch of Spirit Realm here. Go for the land. We will attack Lily. I'm just gonna use Infernal Grasp. That's okay. Bring down Announcement. Now, I could have discarded Spirit Realm to protect Specialist, but there was no real value to get back too much. I guess we could have gotten back the Commando. But I like the idea of being able to use Can't Stay Away, bring it back. They can't use the -2 and punish us, so they're going to have to use the +1. Give up. Spirit Realm. Alright. We'll go for the Can't Stay Away on the Specialist. Brings this back. Attack here. Well, that's annoying. The Trespasser allows them to eat our graveyard. We're gonna give up the Welcoming Vampire here, because I don't really want to have to deal with Edgar. Oh, they don't plus. In that case, we can just use Spirit Realm to get rid of Edgar, but oh, you're thinking about the uncommon Tibalt. Okay. Well, there we go. We have outgrinded the opponent already. So, yeah, that's one of those problems when we play Liliana. You have to discard yourself. And in order for them to keep that, to keep pressure on us, they were hurting themselves. And I think we just ended up getting better value out of the match because of that. The uncommon Tibalt is actually not bad because of the fact it gets to shut off life gain, so it helps give you an answer against those life gain decks. The only thing about that Tibalt is it's not very quick, but I can it does synergize with your deck, so it would make sense. Yeah, I was gonna say, it's like you already have Roiling Vortex. I don't know if you need to bring in Tibalt. On the open, this seems like a great hand. We're missing the black sources for any of our black support spells, but this is a really good 1-2-3 curve. I mean, if you were to choose to play in a best of 3, then I guess it would make sense to include the Tibalts to give you more answers against life gain. But that's only a an if situation there. Alright, opponent's on Esper from how it looks. There's Rafine. We missed a land drop. Initiate to the board. Ooh, there's a land. Apparently I have 4 copies of UC Paragon. I mean, UC Paragon is a good card for your deck. I don't know if you necessarily need to run 4 of them. But if you were to run them, probably trim like the Perforators for copies. Because like I mentioned before, it doesn't fully synergize with your Cavalcade. Okay. So the opponent's running the Sadistic Pilgrim. It's a new card. Creatures enter their battlefield, they gain life. Creatures leave their battlefield, we lose life. And this is a card that doesn't see much play. So, denies the ability to target cards in graveyards. Yeah, cards in graveyards can't be the target of spells or abilities. And then you can play them back out of the graveyard. Whenever one or more creature cards are put into a graveyard from anywhere, you get to investigate. They can only trigger it once each turn. $1. Alright. I mean, it's an interesting deck that our opponent's playing here. See, if we send the whole team, the only thing we'll lose is potentially Thalia, I think. I could use Touch of Spirit Realm, get rid of this. And then we'll only lose like one of the 1-drops. I was thinking about for a moment that might be okay just let the Thalia go, because we can just Extraction Specialist it back, and then we get a card draw. But I think this just works out a lot better for us. So you said you'll take out the Goblin Gathering and just add 2 copies of something that is 1 or 2 mana? Oh, I get what you're saying to do. You're gonna switch 2 Goblin Gatherings to UC pair Goblins and then just add some other 1 or 2 cost card. That's also an option. Goblin Gathering is one of those cards, it's not... It's only good if you draw multiples, otherwise it's kind of mediocre. Double Thalia on board, providing so much tax. Let's swing. The Thalia's trade. We'll attempt a wedding announcement. And we'll put a new Thalia back to the board. Representing lethal to the board state here. What does the opponent have? If they have a meat hook, they actually could meat hook us through the Thalia. Let's go ahead and go for the attacks. See what the opponent has. Possibly a Wandering Emperor here. Oh, it's an Urtai. Okay. That's okay, because whatever they destroy, we get a card draw on. See, so... Can't stay away. Welcoming Vampire. Distraction Specialist. And we'll grab the Thalia just to tax the opponent some more. Kind of crazy how much draw value we have actually in our deck. Goblin Gathering is cool, but it makes more creatures per mana than like the other token spells. There actually is some 2-cost token spells that generate 2 tokens. I don't remember if they are in Arena though. But if there's also a 3-cost one that generates three tokens. But I'm fairly certain Hordling Outburst wasn't put into Arena for our purposes yet. I should have blocked this. I don't know why I looked that through. Land to board. Deck in a land. Before we attack, we'll go for the Spirited Companion. Because this gives us 2 card draw. Unfortunately, we don't get the removal spell. Send the team. If they kill the specialist, that's fine, because then we can attack with this Thalia. Unfortunately, we permanently lose that now. So, can't stay away. Specialist. Grab Initiate. The opponent's just barely staying in this. With this on the +1/+1 now, we actually can trade with the Adeline. And blocking the token with the lifelinker is just going to be value for us. You're only going to keep one of the 3 cards there. And just to make sure the token dies, we add the 2/2 to the block. Because they have like a discard Iganjo to kill it. We want to make sure we get the value. Alright, let's go for this to the board so that we can get blood tokens. Go for the companion. Alright, that gives us a lot of replay value. We swing. Alright, does the opponent have... No, they don't. So they go down to 2. Pass it to the opponent so that we can use the Cathar Commando during our opponent's turn. And possibly use the blood just to discard the land for a redraw. A Hordling Outburst is on Arena. Okay. Oh, no, yeah, that's what I said. Hordling Outburst is great for the mana if you can... I'm sorry, the Goblin Gathering is great for the mana if you can get the copies. The problem is you have to get all the copies. Alright, opponent's using Vrabic, which means that if we kill any of their legendaries, they get a 2/2 legendary token. Do we have anything in our graveyard right now? Alright, opponent just skips it up. I'm just double checking to see if we had anything to replay from our graveyard before we went for the attack. Because they still had 2 mana. I wasn't sure if they had some kind of answer spell to our attack here. Because we are attacking wide enough that we should get 2 attackers through, but let's just try to play it safe. They can add 2 Cathartic Pyres because it can be multi-purpose. I'm honestly would rather just go for the Lightning Strike just so I can go to the face. Cathartic Pyre, unfortunately, can only hit creatures and planeswalkers. I understand that you can use it to loot with, but if you're looting with the cards so that we can just try to find something to put to the board, you are going effectively down a card to draw at least 1 or 2 back. Because it's you play it, and then you have to discard an extra 2 to only draw those cards. So you're going from like a 3 in hand to 2 in hand to play it. It's not terrible if you have the deck that can make use of replaying it, but I just don't find it consistently helpful. I'm more often not than using it for the burn, and if you have the option of Lightning Strike for it, I just prefer Lightning Strike. That's my personal take on it, though. I think we have a kind of a sketchy keep in a way, but I think it's good enough that we can take it. We can use this, get ourselves a black source. Turn 2, play Bloodcaster. So much black being played right now. I'll use Play with Fire for a similar effect. Yeah, I mean, Play with Fire has the similar idea to it. I'm actually going to go for Thalia over the Bloodcaster idea. Just to keep the opponent from casting maybe like a 2-cost removal spell they had in hand. Let's go for the attack. Alright, it goes through. Let's go for the Bloodcaster and Initiate. What just passes? swing. Put this to the board. No value, but just get the pressure. Opponent got stuck on lands is why I was going to risk it, because with Thalia on the board, if they had a Meat Hook Massacre, they can't X to it. And that means that we can still attack and get 6 damage through. Red, white, black, so Mardu for our opponent. What is their play? Their play is to make us wait. We're currently looking at 6, 8, 10. Not lethal here. But we might just be getting a... Okay, so they are still there. Go Spirit Companion, trying to find a land. Okay, we get a land. Now, if they do have the Massacre, they actually can do... Oh, interesting. Okay, so Archangel Wrath, they're going to kick it for 1. So that's going to deal 2 damage to a target, and also give them back 2 life. They don't like the Thalia attacks. But we'll bring the Thalia attacks back. We'll actually sacrifice the Companion here. I know it gives us some damage on the board. But I feel like the blood might pay off. Alright, what's the opponent have? At this point, if they have Massacre, they can actually sweep the whole board down. They can actually do an X3. Right, Announcement costing them 4 mana. And a Blood-Tithe Harvester. Well, that's GG. Because we just Rite of Oblivion, get this off the board. They can only block 1 creature, so 4 damage gets through. But yeah, it looks like the opponent had a lot of non-creature spells they were relying on. So the Thalia attacks did them in. Now you like your deck list, I had it, but 2 losses were against Turgid. So I want to try to deal with it while not losing what the deck does best. Oh, the only thing I was just suggesting was just maybe some direct burn. That way you could just, if you don't have the ability to get there on the board, you can just go to face with the burn, because you got them low enough. Otherwise, it was a case of... you can also still use that burn that can go to face to also deal with most creatures. Now, Play with Fire does a similar idea. The reason why I liked Lightning Strike is because there's a lot of cards that are troublesome at 3 toughness, which is why I like paying 1 more mana for that 3 damage. But that's just a personal preference at that point. Let's see. I think we're good to keep this. We don't have that many of our quick aggressive creatures, but we have a lot of our control options. Looks like we can go land, wedding announcement. Fortunately, turn 4 we can't play the Paragon. Alright, it looks like we have the Paragon potential on turn 4, but there's no value to bringing it out other than just to have a 3/4 flyer. I think we might still just go Storefront. That gives us a good target to destroy something, so... Rite of Oblivion, give up Spirited Companion. Pass it to the opponent. Alright, another Fable of the Mirror Breaker. No blocks. Let's go for Specialist. Bring back the dog. Go for the Initiate, and it'll be the opponent's turn. I was thinking about getting rid of the Fable before they could do the discard draw, because they might be Reanimator. Yeah, Liliana's not going to help them too much with this board state. If they were sending those in, that was a clear case that they were just going to sacrifice them. Yeah, okay, so they do have Reanimator with Cruelty of Gix. Unfortunately, they do hit our Paragon, which we were trying to play next turn. So that's unfortunate for us. Let's get rid of this. Sacrifice here. We'll send the team. And Touch the Spirit Realms, we can discard Flicker Specialist, get back the Companion. Titan of Industry for our opponent. So if they choose to destroy the Festivity, we can touch, get rid of it. The only problem is it's if they hit another Titan, we're in a lot of trouble. Well, off the board. And we'll get Kiki off the board as well, because it's too dangerous to let that exist. And may as well play the land for the turn. Alright, Invoke Despair, we sacrifice here, we sacrifice here. We're kind of okay giving them back Fable at this point, because we can pull counters from Initiate to get rid of Fable. They may just go for a double block, but just gonna have to accept the trade. Alright, they don't double block. Sadly, we just drawn too many lands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of them. Oh yeah, no, I definitely say Play with Fire isn't bad for your deck. It's a great card. And in all honesty, it works probably really well with everything you're doing, so nothing against it. Alright, so we'll go for the Paragon. And which value do we go for? I'm gonna go for the Extraction Specialist. Because if Paragon exists, next turn we can use touch, get Atushi off the board. Gonna hold that. Use it as a bluff card. Fortunately, they have the Voltage Surge. Alright, luckily we have Titan under here, so I think the best they get back is a Harvester. Liliana I don't care about. This is a land, this was bluff. Why? Alright, well, we put the land down, no attacks. Or I'll see. Quite interesting when I'm against mono white, and I play Roiling Vortex and they don't scoop. Well, depending on which type of mono white, there's isn't necessarily need to scoop just for you playing the Roiling Vortex. You. And we're already over halfway through our lands. We get our flyer. I'm not scooping yet because I feel like we still have a chance here. See. Take the hit. Specialist. Get back the dog. Get double card draw. Play the Thalia. Pass it back. You still probably play the land because they're just going to plus slowly regardless. No blocks. So we can discard this to flicker something, or we can use it to exile. Still better for us to discard possibly, just to get these off the board. And let's see, how much damage are we able to swing through if we do that? Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. No, they can block. So they block 2 3s. So 3, 5, 6, 7. So possibly lethal. Let's try for it. Could just been another land in their hand, so they could just have nothing here. Feel like if they had a spell, yeah, they would have played it. So yeah, good game. We got there. Boy, I was really worried about being able to get through that one, but you gotta see the reanimation value that you just quickly get on the card draw and such, that even once when you look like you're behind, you just suddenly are on the board again. See, how is our forward looking? Ooh, Smelter. Okay, so far we've played 5 matches and we've won 5 matches. So all in all, really good. We'll take a couple more games of this just to double check, make sure our, win record is consistent. Alright, I kind of like this hand. We'll keep it. Because we have the card draw from the companion to Rites of Oblivion to control, and these are like our favorite things to actually sacrifice to it. Go, dog, go. Are you afraid of my spirit companion? Are you going to cut it down? Alright, Bank Buster for our opponent. I'm actually going to just get rid of the Bank Buster. 0 draw value for our opponent. I think this is like mono black Shieldred control again. Storefront, get ourselves another white source. Underdog for our opponent. We'll go for the announcements and get ourselves another white source. I think though, do I care enough about the underdog that I want? No, we got our XL target right there. No blocks. Goodbye, Shieldred. So I was right that it was mono black Shieldred. This card is getting a lot of play. Like, I heard very little talk about this card once when it was like in the spoiler season. Like, I thought it was going to just get completely overlooked. And I was thinking that this card's going to be crazy, and I was already building a deck around it. I just haven't gotten all the cards crafted yet for it. But later on, I'll try to show a deck that takes advantage of our opponent's drawing cards to lose life. Thorn for our opponent. They're staying on the defense. We'll get Thalia to the board. And we'll pass. Still transfer for the opponent. I'll probably try to just fire that off, get rid of Thalia, and I'll use Touch, discard, protect it. The only problem with Touch is the discard only protects artifacts and creatures. It won't. We can't protect our wedding festivity if they had a way to actually target it. So we'll see Thalia return at the end of turn. Strangely enough, discard, get rid of this. Get rid of Sorin. sent everything just in case, like, if I only sent, like, some of them that they had a removal answer. Otherwise, I would have maybe just, like, sent Spirited Companion to their face. Alright. I held on to the Hopeful Initiate instead of playing it just in case our opponent does, like, a Meat Hook Massacre. Yep, and there it is. Like this. So we bring this to the board. And we'll bring Thalia back. We'll also go for a Initiate. I was really tempted to go for Companion, just immediately go for card draw. I felt that getting the Thalia to the board to keep the tax on the opponent was probably the best answer. It also meant that if they blitzed Underdog for whatever reason, we have the ability to block and not lose anything in the block. Now there is a problem that if Thalia dies at this point, it does go into exile. If they bring a creature to the board without getting rid of Paragon, we can use the touches from our graveyard. The opponent's in deep thought over there. Let's see, we are at 42, they're at 44, so we're actually ahead of them on the card value on board. Trespasser for the opponent. What are they going to get rid of? They get rid of the dog. Okay. Liliana makes a sacrifice, will give up the Initiate. Go for touch. Get rid of this. We'll discard Bloodcaster. Because I don't want them eating our graveyard. Get Lily off the board just to make sure that they can't, you know, be able to plus it and then minus again to make a sacrifice. Now, they get the card at their end step, so we don't have to worry about that right away. Unless it's an instant. Oh no, they got an instant speed removal for our Paragon? Okay, it doesn't seem to be the case. Let's see here. Bring out the Bloodcaster. Instant speed the interaction you have, opponent, because if you had the removal for the Paragon, you should just fire it off right away to deny me. Get another Paragon. We'll send the attacks. They could just be having priority just because of these Field of Ruins. Because we have one non-basic land over here. Infernal Grasp gives us a blood. Don't plus, don't plus, don't plus. Go for the minus. Go for the minus. Please go for the minus. Thank you. Okay, so sacrificing dog, we don't actually get a death trigger because we brought it back with Can't Stay Away. Go for Paragon. Go for the Initiate. And we have gotten enough value that the opponent has scooped it up. There we go. This deck is so much value that it's got an aggressive nature to it, but it just plays a long game very well also. Alright, let's see. What does that bring us up to on our statistics? Is that game 6 or game 7? That was game 6. This is not a keepable hand here. We have 0 2-drops at our creatures, so no reason to keep this one. We'll keep this one. We'll put 1 touch on the bottom. Get ourselves a black source. It's red-blue this time. Go for the Thalia. Probably see Thalia get hit by a removal spell right now. No? Go for the Initiate. Initiate's good. Alright, we'll attack. Save Thalia. Made them waste a burn. So this could just be a Jeskai burn deck. Let's go for the attack. I feel like a counterspell is in their hand, so I'm just going to play this and not go for the announcement. Get another black source. Alright, Fading Hope's not bad for us, because now we can go Wedding Announcement to Thalia. Go for the announcement. Then let the announcement resolve. Let's go for the combat. And now we go for Thalia. Opponent's going to Big Scar. Alright, they're an Arcane Bombardment deck, so Thalia actually is a problem for them. Explains why they are trying to get rid of it so much. Let's go for the Paragon. What do you have your 2 mana, opponent? Go for Thalia. Alright, another Lightning Strike. Jeskai Bombardment is a real deck idea, just because of how much control they can do. Let's... Instead of bringing out the Initiate, I'm going to go for the Storefront here. Just so I can deck in the lands. It also means that it's like if they go for a sweeper here, we can use Can't Stay Away still. Unfortunately, I still hit lands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah, so... Alright, opponent gets lots of card draw. Very bad for us with the Bombardment, especially considering they got a big score under this. Attempt to combat. Just have to hope they don't get anything that interacts with the Paragon. They got lots of card draw, no actual burn. And they didn't hit the board wipe. But with all this card draw, it's just only a matter of time until they use the board wipe. what happens here? You've drawn so many cards, you should have... Yeah, there it is. Burn down the house, 5 damage to everything. And they also hit depopulate, so... That means we can't get on the board anymore. I'm trying to think if there is a way for us to... Oh, we do have the Cathar. So we could destroy the Bombardment. Could also revive it. But no, I'm going to draw more lands. Because that's awesome. So we actually do have an out, and I'm trying to play for it. The problem is, simply, do we have the ability to draw our out? But the fact that the opponent just hit Burn Down the House and Lightning Strike there, I think it's pretty much GG's. But we'll give it one more turn. It's Cathar or bust. Because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, let's see, 7, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. We already have taken 14 lands out of our top 20. 14 out of 20. Wow, we really only had 6 non-land cards? Holy cow. That is a lot of land. The opponent doesn't have to actually cast these, so I don't think we're going to get to deck them. A lot of damage coming our way. That's why I said it's Cathar or bust, and then off of that, it's what do we get afterwards. We actually hit the Cathar. It might be too little too late, but we're going to give it a try. Once reading their cards, they know it's coming, so they're just going to sacrifice immediately. They could actually have a counterspell in their deck, and they might be trying to dig for the counterspell at this point. Let's see, how much damage are they going to be coming in with? So, 6, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, that's a good game. I'm just going to scoot because there's too many triggers on the stack here, and while I could destroy both their bombardments, we're just dead on board. Not considering how many other burn spells they have in their hand at this point. It's unfortunate. So we take our first loss to Bombardment, of all things. Let's see, how many games does that make? So, I have 3 here marked initially. That's game 7. I think out of 7 games is a good enough pull for... Hey Raz, how are things going? So, no worries. I saw that you were very busy with your gameplay there. But yeah, we were just playing some of this Can't Stay Dead deck, and I think it turned out really well. The deck on the test here, we played 7 games. It went 6-1. That's really good, play rate. The Paragons are so good. I think, yeah, if you're gonna go for this deck, add another Paragon into it, at least one more. The synergies of Specialist with all of these cards work so great. The last game we lost because we literally topped 20 of our cards. We went through 16 lands. It's very hard to win with only, 4 non-land cards. Your 4 non-land cards better be amazing. But, any case, so But you get so much draw value with the Spirit Companions, the Welcoming Vampires. The ability to get some redraw with the Blood does actually come in handy, and using the Blood for the Rites of Oblivion also still very relevant. So I love the synergies of this deck, and overall, I think if you want to climb ladder with this, it should do it no problem. The only thing you'll have to remember is that whatever you bring back with the Specialist is not able to attack or block, but they're great for, you know, using as sacrifice fodder or even their passives. So getting the extra draw value, being able to sacrifice this to destroy artifacts, enchantments, those are great things. Also, just bringing back Bloodcasters, even if you can't attack with them, when your creature's done, you get the blood tokens. It works really well. And we actually did get to see Touch of Spirit Realm come in handy for both playing it to the board and the channel. And I actually really love the combo of this card with some of these other cards. So, can't recommend this deck more. Alright, let's move on to our next deck. We've got some Naya humans. Alright. So, this deck is a Naya human build. We are trying to take advantage of King Darien in this deck, because other creatures you control will get +1/+1 while he's on the board. It does have the ability to mana dump, so that we can spend 5 mana, put a +1/+1 counter on it, and get a 1/1 white soldier creature. That's not something we'll probably do often, but the reason why I'm taking advantage of this is because I'm combining it with Baird, the Argivian Recruiter. So at the beginning of your end step, if you control a creature with power greater than its base power, you get to create a 1/1 soldier creature token. This is actually really solid synergy, because you go turn 2 play Baird, turn 3 play King Darien, and start just dropping out two 2/2s every turn. It's just such a strong combo. Now you do actually have the ability to sacrifice King Darien to also protect all your tokens by giving him hexproof and indestructible. So if somebody does go with a destroy all creatures board wipe, we have the at least ability potential to keep our tokens. Now, our only token generator really is Baird in this deck, but we do have some strong cards to go with this, because we have Kumano Faces of Kakazan to start off with. We have another Cathar Commando-like build, because it's just a great human for 2 mana, and been finding it working a lot against other decks. A couple of Thalias, because it just is great synergy, because if we also get the extra plus bonuses, the first strike nature of this card really helps out. Some Valor Stance to destroy large creatures, protect some of our creatures. We got some Lightning Strikes to go for face. We got Baird. We got Catilda to make it so that we can tap any of our humans to produce mana of any color that the creature is. So if we happen to have Baird in play, we can tap this for red or white. Thalia generates white, that kind of idea. We have some Brutal Cathars in the deck, just because they're still very solid 3-drops to control the board, but also turn into, you know, deadly first strikers. We're running some Adeline, the Resplendent Cathar, because it's one of the best 3-drop human cards that you can ask for. We have the Partners in the deck, because they help spin other creatures out of control. Also, if you happen to play the Partners with King Darien on the board, it does allow you to place more counters, because it's based off the Partner's power. And last but not least, we have a couple Paragons. This, I don't think is going to be as good as our white-black deck, but it's, as you can see, most of our cards are 3 or 2, so we can replay them, get value, but also we can replay something like Faces of Kakazan back to the board, and just get that, like, 1 extra point of damage once it enters the battlefield is really good. But these things are really good just because, as you might have noticed from our last deck, there's a lot of Reanimator actually going around, as we played against a couple of them before. So being able to make it so that way our opponent's creatures, if they would die, would go into exile, is going to be very handy. To help with our mana base, since we're almost all humans, we have the Secluded Courtyard, so that way we can use this to tap for mana of any color to play the creature type that we chose. So it makes it really easy to play these green splash cards as a primarily like red-white deck. But it also does mean that the Sarah Paragon unfortunately cannot be played off this unless we were to, say, have enough lands that we're going to go, okay, you know what, we can call Angel just in case we draw the Paragon. But we'll jump in the games and see how this works. How'd the questing with your Death Knight go there, Raz? Like you mentioned, you said you missed my chat, but I saw that you were having some fun in a new server, is what you said? Fresh server where you were leveling up? Is it another hardcore style character, or is it just random just want to, you know, start back at start kind of idea? Everyone started at one. Alright. Retired from the hardcore for now. I mean, that's understandable. You can only slam your head into the hardcore mode for so long. On the open, we'll keep this. Wedding announcements might be a little awkward with this hand because Thalia, but as we know, everyone likes to snipe down Thalia. Okay. A little strange, but okay. So opponent plays Shivan Devastator X0, but gets the +1/+1 counter because of the Faces of Kakazan's second trigger here. So they managed to get themselves a 1/1 flyer. And as I thought, they would go for the kill on our creature. We're just going to go land and pass. My plan is to play the Cathar Commander to the board. Alright. I think it's going to be better for us to ambush the Stormseeker and get rid of that. But I really don't want to have to deal with the etchings. Because what we can do is, okay, we can go play this to the board. Block. Sacrifice, get rid of this. It does mean Stormseeker still has the ability to give their creatures haste. But I'm going to get off the board with this touch. I just realized I think I forgot to switch decks. Yeah, I forgot to switch to decks. So we're unfortunately still in our black-white reanimator. I'm like thinking it's like, oh, we got like similar cards that we were playing. I just remember this isn't in the other deck. Neither is this. And we're having black sources. I just totally was spacing on that. So we'll play our Naya humans in just a moment. I accidentally restarted this deck is all. Alright, let's go ahead and bring out the Specialist. Opponent's turn. We can flash out the Cathar again. Looks like the opponent's going to sacrifice Racer's Ring because they want to get a card draw. We'll flash in another Commando. Block, block. Since we're Reanimator, we're fine with giving up those cards. That just goes up to 1 extra +1/+1 counter, being a 2/2. Let's see, go Wedding Announcement. Attack the opponent. I'm not going to use Rite of Oblivion yet. I'd rather sacrifice the little 1/1 token. Thundering Raiju, that is dangerous. So, Thundering Raiju is what we're going to get rid of with the Rite of Oblivion. We'll go ahead and say no blocks. We'll take the hit. Storefront. Get another land. Announcement. Rite of Oblivion. Give this up. Pass it back. I'm going to hold back on the defense considering how many haste cards they have. I'd hate to just get trampled over by a 4/4 haster now. But it looks like that's the whole point of their deck, is their red-green haste. The only thing that doesn't have haste are these beast callers because they're just such a great 2-drop. Alright, there's partners. So we have to use rights on the dragon. Bring Folly into the board. If they get another dragon, we're just dead here, unfortunately. Because they can go X4. Hanalena will give an extra 2 counters, so that's 6 counters. Alright, Stormseeker's not the death of us. Now, if they're smart, they go +1/+0 here. And then place the 3/1 counters. We'll take some trample. We'll kill the partners. Get the initiate to the board. Pass it back. Fortunately, we've been on the defense this whole time. But as I said, they're just all haste cards. Oh, not what we were hoping for. Well, we played a land. Pass it back. Takes it down to 2. If I remember correctly, we saw that they run Lightning Strike, so we're currently in lethal range of just a random top deck. I mean, yeah, I'll throw everything at that. They only get to kill 1 token. That was not a worthwhile trade for them. Alright, a fresh announcement. We'll attack with 2. Get a card draw. Alright, what'd you get off top? Land. That was the best thing we could ask for. They're giving this GG's, but I'm still afraid of just randomly dying to their top deck. Because we didn't have lethal on the board there. Okay, that protects us from any creature threat. What you got, opponent? Alright, we send it. Okay. Discard, get rid of, and GG. They don't have enough blockers. I mean, that was a good top deck for the opponent to potentially bait us into a attack there. But we managed to pull through. Alright, now let's actually switch to the deck we meant to play. I honestly did think that they were gonna like BM me with like a slow rolled lightning strike just to go, haha, it doesn't matter what you did, I still have you. Like, just play the lightning strike. Get the win. But they also were kind of maybe just playing the mind game. Maybe we didn't attack all and didn't get through. Maybe we attack all, they block everything, top deck a haste creature, and end us. So, who knows? Alright, so we're on Naya humans. Unfortunately, we don't have the right mana for playing this on turn 2. We are going first. It's a little risky, but I'm gonna be greedy for this. If I can, on turn 2, top deck an untapped source that produces white or red, we can go turn 2, turn 3, and get some amazing value here. But we're not going to get that amazing value. In fact, I'm going to lock myself out of playing my other spells by going for Thalia. How you work again? Let's attack into it. Let's get her Thalia killed. Oh no, they didn't kill her Thalia. We are in a lot of trouble because we didn't draw our third mana source. Well, let's attack. They're not going to block it. Yep, called it. I don't fire off the play with fire right away to get rid of this, because there's a better target for us. Alright. Get the lightning strike off. Deny them more card draw. For future turns. Alright, we got the land. It's going to be better for us to go for this. If we get a red source, I'll probably be playing this and play with fire. That way we can get our Thalia back. Alright, welcoming Vampire. And a Hot Shot Mechanic. The mechanic's a surprise. We'll take the 4. No blocks. Green source. If that's the case, we'll go for King Darien. Attack in. Gonna keep them off their card draw. I was wanting to get our Thalia back, but I think this is the better play. Although we do run a risk of them being able to flip this back and forth. Or just play new ones. Alright, they get their Thalia to the board. We're gonna have to take the hit. But next turn we bring this out. And we'll have the ability to just use a 1/1 token to keep blocking that as a 2/2 and force them to have to discard. Yeah, that's the better play. Fortunately, it does lock us out of the white mana for our support spells and our Thalia. It's one of those issues once we're playing a 3-color deck is how your mana shows up. Because I really would have liked it if we could have just gone Baird and Thalia, even though it would make these 4-cost spells, because their Thalia plus ours would tax them. Now, one thing our opponent can do is they could just simply pass the turn, get those both to flip, and then go for a double spell play, and seal both of our creatures. Yep. There's what I was worried about. Put this to the board. Now, our goal is just to survive the combat, and then use our Cathar to seal up one of theirs. Now we're gonna take whichever one, like the cards that get sealed up from this, because we don't want to, you know, get double Thalia here. Resolve. Bring out Arcathar. We are just in such a bad state on this board. They have the advantage in a lot of ways. They have the card draw, they have some of the... Okay, so we get taxed out of our Valorous Stance completely between the two Thalias and this Anointer Priest? Maybe? They may also choose to name... They could also, like, name King Darian's, that way we couldn't, like, play a new one to the board. I think our best draw at this point is... Partners, because then we can start growing our cards. Off that, we can offer these 3 as blocks. Block there. It does drastically shrink our Adeline, but it would have been probably better for us to offer it up there here. If I'd offered up the Recruiter, would have been able to just play the Recruiter from our hand. Yeah, you know, I'm just gonna go ahead and get this one up. They get it. We just got stuck on only 4 lands, and it just was the wrong type of colors. Super awkward. Let's give this another go. Sometimes. Yeah, it was a pretty spicy keep. Well, the thing is, I was greedy to try to show off how strong that turn 2 play would have been. The turn 2, turn 3, and we just didn't have the right kind of lands to support it. Alright. Unfortunately, our decks are just going to go with the 2-land openers. But this one's got more promise than that other one. Because we have all the colors between these 2 lands. We have Catilda. So we have the ability to potentially play our things out. Oh, please, deck, give us a land. It's one of those things, when you flood all the time, you don't want to see these things where it's like giving you land all the time. But at the same time, you don't want to just completely just starve you out. Alright, well, that's actually a good draw for us, even if it's not a land, because we get the tokens. Well, you have a nice one, Res. Enjoy your times in WoW. Trying to think what's the best answer here. I think I'm just going to trade the tokens. I don't want to risk Recruiter, and I did risk the Recruiter by trading the token. But that's okay, because this is going to transform. We can kill... No, we can't kill her, because they... No, they get the draw. So we do get a killer. Bring out Catilda. Next turn we can bring out a Partners if Catilda stays alive. I think, though, where we put the counters from this, if it survives, I think it just has to go onto the etchings. Yep. No blocks. Would love to still see more land off the top, because then we can go... Oh, there we go. Just because I don't plan on using Partners, or I mean, the Catilda as a blocker, I'm just going to tap it right now. Few counters here. No attacks. So we can offer a block against the Trespasser, use Lightning Strike, kill Underdog before damage is dealt. We can tap the Etchings for red mana. And both of these will go into exile because of Kumano's ability. We have the ability to also hold up Valor's Stance to get this indestructible. But that's exile. I used to exile your own spell there. Oh well. Protect our life total. Exile a lot of our opponent's stuff. Courtyard is useful here. See, since we're mostly white, probably grab another white source is the answer. Go for Cathar. Exile the token. Pass it back. Edgar for our opponent. See. We can play Adeline, we can play partners all in the same turn. If that's the case, it might just be better to pass. That way we can get the double spell play trigger for spell Moonrage Brute here. Look at the fact that we're going to be taking 5 potentially. He's knocking off with the Lily. Alright. Edgar dies. So partners to board. Counters on Catilda. Catilda takes out Liliana. Two Lilianas for our opponent. There's Wander. Right. Adeline comes down, we take out Wanderer. Bring down this as well, so that way we can get ourselves some extra tokens. Now, their 2/2 token really should have blocked our human token. The 1, 2, 3, 4, only X4 so far. Alright, so we do lose the board. Literally counting up to see if they would be able to kill, how much you would be able to kill with that. Bigger Adeline goes in for more. Trespasser, unfortunate. Play out the hand. Pass it back. Put the counters on the Thalia just because it allows us to get an extra blocker to prevent them from really attacking in. Okay, next turn we're probably going to lose our Adeline to that. And we top deck land. The fact that we know that they have that in their hand means that there's not a whole lot we can do. Yeah, that's a GG situation here. We'll just show them that we had a land. Oh, emergency alert, huh? That is not a reason to use the emergency alert, California. California sends out an emergency alert to let people know, hey, you should be making sure to save energy because of the high heat. you don't use the emergency network service for that. They've already been announcing it everywhere in the news. That it's, you know, try to conserve on the energy when you can. But you don't use the emergency network to do that. That's just over the top. Oh my gosh, why? I gotta try keeping it again. My greed is just too high on these two landers, and the game keeps taunting me with them. Yep, I'm gonna get punished for my greed once again, probably. At least we get some payoff here, but why can't I draw the third land? Why? Pass it to the opponent, not gonna attack it. This way we can use the Cathar Commando at instant speed. This is so ridiculous, my odds on play so many times here. No, I'm not gonna block. I should actually probably give it the double block with the tokens here, but they have meat hook. I'm gonna force them to meat hook. Flash this in. Sacrifice this as our creature, because it's gonna have to get sacrificed either way. Any color, sacrifice, get rid of Fable. The fact that we're doing this all off of 2 mana is actually kind of impressive. I managed to survive off 2 mana. And the crazy thing is we were playing, you know, more expensive spells than 2 mana should allow for. Thanks to Catilda, so... I mean... That's a positive note for the deck, but that did not feel good. Alright, this looks like a much better hand, partially because we're going to start with 3 lands in it. And we know that we have all the different land colors at our disposal here, so... White-blue Delver Secrets from the start. Sounds like a time for Thalia. No reveal for the Delver. Just add Delver. Alright. Storm Chaser Drake. Go for the Catilda. Hard by the game here. Because that was supposed to be off the board due to Brutal Cathar. This was supposed to just simply be on the board. I didn't get screwed over by the game. I got screwed over by my internet connection. I'm so pissed. There's nothing I can do to this board state. Actually, I did play that land for my hand. I could have done that, and then maybe have survived a turn. You know what? We're just going to concede it. We're not even going to count this one as a game, because that was just lost due to internet. Oh. That's frustrating. So frustrating. Okay, well, sorry about that, everyone, that we had a interruption in the middle of the match. My internet crapped out for a couple minutes. And it was just long enough to force me to time out and lose a turn. And that turn was a make it or break it turn. Lots of 3-drops. Unfortunately, I don't have a white and a green source for these. This could play either one if we had, like, one more land. So we hit mulligan. We'll keep this one. We'll put Commando on the bottom, I think. Actually, I'll put the Lightning Strike on the bottom. Wow, someone's impatient for a person who's hitting mull. It's not like I'm taking along here. But in which case... Oh, I'm so glad I put the Lightning Strike on the bottom, because that Duress now just completely whiffs. Yep, and we'll bring this out now. So that way if they try to, like, Duresses again for a check, it doesn't do anything. Alright. Pass it to the opponent. I don't want to use Play with Fire to kill the underdog right away. And I decided to kill it now, just to make it so that way they don't get a free draw off Kaido. It'll have to be a draw discard, or they're going to have to go for the -1. Alright, we go for the partners. Get the attack, get the extra token. Hopefully we can draw a land for the partners. And if we get the land for partners, I think we just put it onto the Kamano. Okay. Opponent has some kind of removal. It looks like they're going to deal with the partners. We will deal with Kaito. We're going to move to combat first. Funny. I feel like they have Evelyn, so I'm not attacking with the etchings. Because we saw it get milled once. Yep, and there it is. My opponent steals a land from us. That's perfectly fine. We'll go for the Paragon. And that's enough to wrap it up. Yeah, there was a nice quick match for us. It's a much better, like, roll for how the deck's supposed to work. Alright. Am I still... Everything seemed fine on chat end for the stream. Afraid that my bitrate's still a little, like, high for what it's supposed to be. Alright. Well, moving on to games. It seems like a pretty good keep. Alright, get a Brutal Cathar here. Looking for one more land for the Paragon, but if we can get a turn 2 drop, that would also be nice. Didn't happen, though. We'll go for the land, hold up Lightning Strike. Let's just go for the early protect our face idea, get rid of the underdog. Another underdog for the opponent. We'll go for the Cathar. Keep them off the board. They're gonna blitz us. That's fine. So we play this called Human. Play the partners. Counters on Cathar. So the Grasp, that's fine for the most part. Oh, alright. That's rude. Go for the Garden, go for Catilda, go for the Recruiter. With the plus, we'll discard Darien. Now we can use Paragon. If Catilda stays alive, we could play back up to a 3 if actually they both survive. Okay, that's good. We can't bring back a 4, so... Bringing back Darien is pretty good here. I was tempted just to go Lightning Strike, get rid of Lily, but then I'd be stuck with the either no value play on the Paragon, or the idea that, you know, we could still potentially attack Paragon, kill Lily. No blocks. This way they have like a Lightning Strike since they're red-black. They can't just use it to kill Paragon. I didn't want to sacrifice the 2/2 because I figured they would trade off that. And there we go, we get the win. Yeah, the recursion factor against Lily is probably one of the best things you can ask for. One of the issues with Liliana is if you're going against somebody who can make use of their graveyard, doing the pluses and forcing them to discard doesn't necessarily hurt them too much. Alright, this actually is a really strong hand. We'll keep this. Because we can go for the faces, turn 2, play the Recruiter, immediately get a 1/1 token. Oh, geez, why am I drawing all the lands now? And the problem is I'm not drawing green sources, so if we draw a green card, we can't play it. See, what can we draw that would be good? Adeline would be a good draw. Unfortunately, like I said, we didn't draw any green sources, so we can't use the Catilda. Lightning Strike. Alright, Flame Blast Bolt. That's a shame because it exiles, but perfectly okay. If it was Lightning Strike and got rid of the Recruiter, that was going to be worse. Let's play with Fire to the Face. Put that definitely on the bottom. We need more red-white lands like a hole in the head. Unfortunate. One issue with this card is these are soldier tokens. They don't count as human. How did I go through all 4 Sundown passes? I didn't find a single other card or green source here. This is... I think I just am having some just bad RNG with this deck. But I might need to double check the lands. Hey there, Izzy. Welcome back. Hope things are going well. Yeah, I'll offer all the tokens in a block. Does it mean I can start attacking it again? Thank you very much for the hydrate. I'll do that right now. Oh, there's what we were hoping for. A couple turns late, but it gets to the board. That's really good for us. This is so great because this one's tokens are human, so they actually can be tapped for mana with this. Now we just need to find ourselves a green source to start playing these. Oh, there we go. Now we can play anything out of the deck. Any more Jetmir's Gardens, I'm just going to cycle. Yeah, I figured it's already too little too late, though. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yep, there's all the ability to find the green mana. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We've come across 6 non-land cards. And the top 15. That's 9 lands. Such amazing luck. The worst part is these are legendary, so I can't even like really bring anything new to the board. We're just... Yeah, we'll give them the GGs. Man. I think we have a decent deck here. I'm just getting some bad luck on the draws. Because it's been... You get 2 land, and you have to win with 2 land, or you get all the lands. We haven't been able to find In this case, we get all the lands that weren't in the right colors. The deck's mostly red-white with just a splash of green, but we do run a fair number of green sources. We'll try keeping this. Just lead with the farmland since we don't have a turn 1 play anyways. Alright, our recruiters are unfortunately dead cards until we get a red source. No blocks. I'm just going to get rid of the Fable right away. I'm not taking any chances with it. I would have loved to have gone for the Cathar. But this at least lets us now go land, play Cathar, hold up Valor's Stance to protect it. Opponent's turn. They hit something that allows them to make another blood token. Unfortunately, the Indestructible won't protect Cathar from the sacrifice from the Harvester. Okay, that we can protect against. Oh! Doug! Thanks very much for the subscription. I really greatly appreciate it. How are things going? Still getting used to those announcements, and unfortunately, Liliana Vale is going to put us in our place here. There's our red source. We'll give him the GGs because we don't have any way of recovering anymore. Oh, you started a new job. What you doing now? You're gonna interfere with you joining us on Mondays, or will you still be able to do that for the commander fights? I'm gonna take a look at the deck though, see what we can maybe adjust, because we went a number of games in a row and just been having trouble. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We have 12 ways to potentially get ourselves a green source. More than that to get a red source for the purpose of our creatures, and we have just been failing at that. So I don't think the mana base is bad. I think the mana base is good. So what's going wrong? Trying to figure out what went wrong with our deck, because I remember testing this before and just it's slapping really well. Maybe I could just use some hopeful initiates for some earlier gameplay. And if we do that, probably don't need... Go down a Catilda. And go down... I kind of want to go up one of these. Probably have to go down one Recruiter. And we'll go down one Kumano. And we'll go down one Thalia. I think that's how we'll do that. made some adjustments. Let's go ahead and give this a try, see how it's working out. But yeah, sure, you said you had a new job, but you didn't say what it was. I mean, congratulations on getting a new job. Hopefully it's something you're hoping to get into. I mean, is it something that you actually want to share, or is it just that, hey, you got a new job, excited, yes? Because, I mean, there's sometimes where it's like I went from one job to another and just glad that it was just a new job, whether it didn't matter really what I went into. Double checking, Mike's picking me up. Well, I guess I'll continue the matches here. But thanks again, Shug, for the sub, and hopefully you're enjoying your new work. With the adjustments made, let's see how well the deck functions now. I don't think this is the hand we want to keep here. We'll hit mulligan. This one's still awkward, but I think it's better. We'll keep this, but we'll put one Kumano to the bottom. Really need a land. Preferably a green source, but any color would work. Okay, that works really well, because we can go Kumano and we can play with fire, get rid of Harvester. Unfortunately, this is a turn where... Oh, Old Rutscene. I was not expecting that. I was thinking... Hiki Jiki was going to come down. We'll go for Resplendent Cathar. Get a +1/+1 counter thanks to the faces. Alright. There's a Lily. Let's see. Land Paragon. We'll pass it back. I don't see a reason to attack in with the etchings when they can give a double block against it. Now the question is, do they have the removal spell for Paragon? If they do, I think we'll probably end up losing this one. Alright, what do they choose on Gift? Oh, they're going to just revive Titan. Yep. So, unfortunately, we have to deal with that now. That's a GG right there. Opponent just got a cracked hand. We couldn't really deal with that. Yeah, the Reanimator decks are going crazy. I think decks that have the ability to just hate on the graveyard are the ones that actually have some advantage right now. I think it's one of the reasons why Mono Black is so popular right now is because not only do they have the Liliana that everyone's just after, but it's You have some recursion capability, but you also have the ability to hate on recursion. Alright, we'll keep this. We have turn 2 Catil to play because we play this on human. And we can play King Darian. I think what I need to do is maybe just include what is it called? The vehicle that allows you to just eat graveyards. Just include that in a lot of decks right now because of how many people use their graveyards. Alright, opponent is on the full control plan here. Actually gonna put Bril Cathar to the board over partners. Just because I'd rather try to resolve the partners to get one trigger at least out of it. Alright, dig up for our opponent. What are you going to find? Partners to the board. Now the thing is, I wonder if they decide just to go find more board control here. And they very well might have just went to go search for that, in which case, kind of a dick move. Now, let's see, based off the opponent's spells played, this could be a Bombardment deck. Young Bombardment, maybe? Go for the commando. We'll attack in for free. The opponent tries to kill it in response, we just blow up the Celestis. Yep. And we pass it back to the opponent. Opponent not putting anything to the board. If they are a... If they are what I was suspecting them to be, I don't want to put Commando to the board. But it would be great if we could draw some more creatures. Takenuma implies creatures. We're holding... That. But I'm just going to pass it back, holding up on the defense. Cycle this. And we'll pass it back. We'll hold up this land to cycle again. But I decided to hold my mana up in case there's a reason for me to like use the Lightning Strikes or the Valor Stance. I'm trying to figure out, like, what's this opponent's deal? Like, they feel like they are a... Alright, so they Shigeki these back. Another reason why I say that it's like you want to probably get yourself some graveyard hate now. If we had the card, the vehicle to eat their graveyard, they do have the Terra Center that would answer it, but it would at least be able to pull out some of their cards here. And they're using this with the Shigeki, because it gets the card back and also gives them life back. So, gonna have to deal with like infinite levels of card play from our opponent. We'll cycle. Because they keep getting back Burn Down the House. So it's kind of like the infinite board wipe deck idea that we had. Because they do the same kind of idea. They can just keep getting back all the board wipes, all the burn downs, all the Meat Hook Maskers. Actually, they can't get Meat Hook back with Shigeki. But they actually can get Meat Hook back with the Repossession, so... So how's Repossession worded? Because... target permanent card. So actually, here's the funny thing about this. You can actually use Repossession and get yourself back the legendary lands, like Takanuma. So that means that you could actually... Ooh, I actually did think now. There's that one frog deck idea. Or not frog. It's an ooze. That lets you... Every single time you have like a land... Like, go into your graveyard, it gets bigger, or leave your graveyard, I think also gets bigger. I can't remember about that second part. So... I mean, we've lost this one. They have their loop, and we just... drawn too many lands. So, I see the loop that they're doing. It's an annoying loop. Kind of like our infinite board wipe deck. We'll try one more game. I think this is unfortunately just going to be one of those decks that it looks good in theory, but the execution of it is just too RNG dependent on just getting a decent hand. Yeah, can't keep this one. Lands wrong. Lands wrong again. This is probably the most frustrating thing about this deck here. It's just I can't draw the lands. Yeah, I'm actually just going to scoop this one. We're not even going to count this one. We'll just... not even count this one. Because at that point, I would have to put 2 cards back, and it's just not worth the hassle with that one. Alright. Me and my freaking 2 lands. We'll try it, though. I wonder if I have to, like, just go up to, like, 30 lands to get, like, a decent opening land hand. But then again, I'm just gonna flood every game. Alright. Bring Thalia to the board. Thalia's just gonna hold off this 2-1 because it's got first strike. Why can't I get the lands? This is, I think, a deck that just Arena said, no, It's not going to work. We aren't going to let you make it work. Yeah, no. Alright, we're going to give it one last try. And it's literally going to be a case of, can I draw a decent set on the open? Because it's great being able to see the 2 cards I want to build this deck around in my opening hand. My problem is, every time I've drawn them, it's been only with 2 lands, and both lands are always tap lands. And it's like, okay, yeah, the deck runs a fair bit of tap mana, but only ever 2. And it's like, I can't do anything if you don't give me more lands. In this case, no red land. I think this is still keepable. This doesn't feel good. We hit mulligan. Alright, this feels better. Put the stance on the bottom. Lead with the green-white source, because if we draw the Recruiter, we could potentially play it as our turn 2 spell. Let's just go for Thalia. Alright, force sequence used to cut down already. Go for the Initiate and pass. Flash Commando at their end step. Brutal Cathar. Exile Underdog. Attack in. Get the training. Okay. We still get to keep the Brutal Cathar, though. Go for the King. Figured that they could have had some kind of counterspell, but we at least get a card draw, and I was more willing to give up the King than the Cathar here. There's just so much black being played right now. Decline. I mean, we got that off the board, which is good. We'll just bring this to sit down as a 2/2. I don't use the faces just because I want to get the day-night cycle. Attack here. Cycle. Play the faces. We hold the land just in case the opponent plays a Liliana. Might bait them to use the +1 instead of the -2. No, and now we flood. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yep. Still drawing. It's so frustrating. I either don't draw past a second land, or I'll always draw more than the number of cards I've played. Alright, odds are I should draw still a non-land card. We'll take it. Go for the attacks. Day Night, get rid of the token. Cruelty of Gix. What do you revive with that? It's actually from a graveyard, so they could have taken something from ours, but they decided to go with the Trespasser. Paragon? Adeline. Pass. Opponent Tux. Alright, opponent just does that to draw a card. But because they did that, we get the GG because Lightning Bolt, or Lightning Strike. 3 damage to the face. There we go. Alright. It took a lot of effort, but we managed to get a win off of it. I think we'll give the deck one more go. Final game, win or lose with the deck. I wasn't sure if it would be able to play. Let's see. I really want this deck to work, but sadly just not wanting to. I'll keep this. I think this one can work. Go for this on human. We'll bring this out right now. Now, we don't actually have any, like, 2-drops that can trigger it. Because we no longer have certain cards in the format. Let's first start off by going for the attack. Let's think about something. We'll go Courtyard. And from the Courtyard, we'll grab ourselves... We really should grab a white, but I think we want red. Just because of the amount of burn we have. Bring this down. Go for the Cathar. Try to maybe get them to play their burnout. Cathar is a nice play, even if we don't get something off the board with it, because it forces them to want to play something. Otherwise, we get the 3/3 first striker. What are you going to play, opponent? Naturalist. Okay. Let's go... They're 5 colors. I have an idea what they're playing. In which case, let's keep them off the Naturalist. Counters on Cathar. Opponent's turn. Our Confinement can hit the Cathar off the board, but it looks like they want to get the Recruiter to keep us off of having extra bodies. Now, they couldn't hit Partners because this specifically mana costs 3 or less. That hits the Partners, though. Let's see here. Attack 4. Alright, opponent's down to 7. If they try to target our Brute, they have to pay 3 life, at which point we can just kill them with the lightning strikes. If they double up the draw trigger... Wedding Announcement gives them enough blockers. But it doesn't give them enough blockers, because it turns back to day. They play 2 spells, so we attack in, and this will be GG. Because Brutal Cathars plus Lightning Strikes. It's a lot of pressure. Alright, there we go. I feel like, unfortunately, I just made a good red-white deck that's not functioning optimally. Because we are trying to go with this synergy of the Recruiter. Alright. So yeah, this was the deck idea here. I don't think this one's going to work out. I think the idea of King Darien doesn't really help out a whole lot in this deck like I would want it to. And the Argivian Recruiter, I thought it was really cool. Especially, you know, going the turn 2, turn 3 play. I originally had 3 of these in the deck, and then we ran into the problem where we just drew, like, all of these, but none of the other cards to support it. And we just had tons of land draw issues, and I just kind of have to say this one's not going to be worth it. It's a shame, because there's a lot of strong cards here, but I do think that once we gave ourselves some more early cards, it worked better than the first concept. But I'm not sure what really helps this work better. Oh! I realize now one of the things I could have done that might have made it work better, but it's still not... We still just wouldn't have won just because of how many... a lot of our games we just wouldn't win because just we couldn't draw the lands right. And I don't know what we could do other than just go with the idea that we're always slow lands for this triple color idea. Because I just could not draw the green, red, or white lands in a way that worked out. That's the way it goes sometimes when you're playing these 3 color decks. So... it's a shame that it went the way it did, but hopefully I might be able to revisit this idea and make it work better. Let's go to our last deck for the night. We'll move to discard Bombardment. Now, Discard Bombardment is a deck idea that we did before the rotation. Now, I've updated the deck list a bit here, just to go with the idea of all the new cards. Now, one of the issues that we have is we don't have a way to deal with graveyards like we did with the last one, because we originally used Go Blank, which allowed us to make the opponent discard their hand. We got to exile the graveyard. So if we come across a recursion deck, things could go bad. But we still have a lot of really strong card options that we're using here. So, if you're not familiar with Arcane Bombardment, it's a spell, it's enchant that when we cast our first instant or sorcery, we get to exile a card at random from our graveyard that's an instant or sorcery and play it for free. And all other copies of cards that happen to be exiled with Bombardment. Now, this does mean that it's like if we burn down the house and deal 5 damage to everything, we can use that as a great sweep. But we can also use it to generate ourselves the 1/1 Devil tokens, and it usually leads to one of our most common win conditions with Bombardment. Now we have some Invoke Despairs, which allows us to make the opponent sacrifice 3 things. Creature, enchantment, or planeswalker. Each one they can't sacrifice, they can lose life, draw cards. Very strong, especially when paired with Bombardment. For as the early game, we have the new Cut Down card, which allows us to destroy a creature with total power and toughness 5 or less, which means we can kill any type of like 3/2 or 2/3 or anything less stat power than those. but we cannot kill anything that's like a 3/3 or greater, so it's going to be limited on what it can remove, but it's still flexible enough that it's worked running in the deck. We have some duresses, we have some flame blessed bolts, because like I was mentioning, if there's a lot of recursion, having 2 damage to exile something is going to be a little more useful than play with fire, so that's why we went with this. Extract the Truth allows us to look at the opponent's hand, make him discard an enchantment, planeswalker, or creature. Or we can use it to make the opponent sacrifice an enchantment. There's a lot of enchantments being run, so the make an opponent sacrifice an enchantment, actually pretty relevant. 1 copy of Parasitic Grass gives us a little life gain. It manages to be able to target only humans unless we cleave the spell. But I think that's still a worthwhile thing. The Lightning Strike's great card, allows us to deal damage anywhere, players' faces, planeswalkers, creatures. It's going to be a great card for the deck. Our newest discard spell from the set, Aggressive Sabotage, I think is going to work out well because we can make the opponent discard 2 cards. If we pick the spell, we also can deal 3 damage to that player. So it's basically a Mind Rot that if we spend an extra red, it becomes... Oh shoot, I forgot the name of the split card. Carnage is what I think it was called. And overall, it's not bad, because even if we play off of Bombardment, all we have to do is kick this for 1 as a the free cast, and it's still great value just because we just get to bolt the player. We run some soul transfers for some creature exile, but also planeswalker exile. And we do actually have some treasures as well as an enchantment in the deck. So we have the possibility of returning a planeswalker from our graveyard back to our hand, and that would be Sorin. So we use Sorin because it gives us life-linking vampires and possible card draw. The -7, not likely ever to get to, but it is still a potential game ender where we can do 13 damage anywhere and gain 13 life. We do actually have a copy of the New Sweeper dragged to the bottom of the deck, which has Domain. So this is basically like a Languish, where it's 4 mana, give a creature -4/-4. But the real thing of how this works is each creature gets -X/-X until in turn, where X is 1 plus the number of basic land types among lands you control. But, so unlike Languish, this does require us running multiple land types. But if we only have like red-black in play, this does mean that we get a -3/-3, but we do run the Proving Grounds and Xander's Lounge. Just having one of these makes it effectively a -4/-4. If we happen to have both, it becomes a -5/-5, sweeping up almost everything in the format. I say almost everything because there are those few 6/6 and 7/7 bodies. But that's the deck idea. We'll jump into games and show you how it works. Oh, before I forget, we actually do have a side deck because I'm going to take this best of 3. So we have a couple extra duresses for the control matchups, Flame Best Bolt against the aggro recursions, Infernal Grasp against just big creature decks, some Meathook Massacres because if we against a recursion deck, it's nice being able to sweep and get the death triggers to gain life. Rotten Reunion allows us to hate on the graveyards. Parasitic Grasp again against the human-based aggro decks. Vampire Kisses actually work against burn decks because it allows us to recover some life as well as get those blood to keep us drawing what we need. And some Abrades just in case we come across a deck that is using artifacts. Alright, there we go. Let's jump into games. Switch it to the best of 3. And discard Bombardment. Okay. Take the play. Got a lot of cut downs and paragraphs. I think though I'm still gonna take the mulligan. Alright, this is better. As much as we're built around Arcane Bombardment, I'm gonna put it on the bottom. Now I know I could have just done the turn 1 duress, but I want to get our red source because if our opponent was aggro, I wanted the answer. Goodbye, Liliana. Ooh, no, I actually want to save this for the Evolved Sleeper. Alright, let's go ahead and get rid of that. Let's go for another Caves, get a life, pass it to the opponent. The Caves, while they don't have the land types for the purpose of our domain spell, are still just solid because they give us that little bit of life sustain here. Trespasser is going to be something we have to deal with because we're meant to play our spells back from our graveyard. Let's play the Lounge. As much as I like to cycle just to get the... Oh, I forgot to kill it. Yeah, I'm just going to go ahead and scoop. Opponent wins this one. Go to game 2. So, need the Infernal Grasp for the shoulder because we don't have good answers for that. And go up 1 duress. It's gonna be a tough match. Actually, we'll do that. I don't think Cutdown's actually gonna be as good in this matchup. Alright. Has some draw power with the Sorin, so we'll try keeping this. Only concern is we don't have the second black source yet. Well, there's the second black source. Got ourselves a big score that we can eventually play also. Better still get rid of the conscript over Jadar. Jadar is amazing value for our opponent, but I'd rather get rid of the creature that just keeps self-recurring right now. Right, underdog for our opponent. Go land, pass. Plan on using the big score. We'll ditch the caves. So that way we can sweep up this whole board. Okay. We have plenty of lands now. Burn it down. And I will actually duress them. I will sacrifice 1 treasure. Ah. So, Shouldered, unfortunately for our opponent. So this is gonna hurt, but what we kind of have to do to survive. Play Sorin. Minus. Yep, there's Underdog. Give the block. The fact that the opponent has Takanuma does mean that they can always bring back the Sheldred. Plus, reveal, land, opponent's turn. Okay, opponent blitzes. Gonna go for our face. We'll block here. We'll take this 3. See what we get off the top before we fire the lightning strike, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. A lounge. Minus. Cycle. Opponent, please discard those 2 cards. It was actually a good thing that we got them to discard those 2 cards, because double land meant that they could have played a land and double blitzed against us. Jeez, why? And I can't even add that to my hand if it's on the top. Beginning of each end step, if the player discards a card, that's fine. Opponent's turn. Alright. They blitz. Trying to think, what do we do here? Take the block. Conscript for our opponent. And another underdog, wow. So opponent gets all the underdogs. Unfortunately, there's no, like, Shadow's Verdict anymore. Oh, why? Alright, yeah. They get this. And I'm going to kill myself! Ugh. That's... We drew a lot of responses for our opponent, but the thing is, we just couldn't get the right kind. I think... The issue, I think, right now is, as much as I'd like to put a card that hates on the graveyard... Like, if I went with the Exile Grave, the only, like, artifacts is, unfortunately, right now, Lantern of the Lost, which exiles all cards from all graveyards, and we don't want to exile our own graveyard. And the other card is Unlicensed Hearse, which I think is something we might want to consider. I forgot to put in the reunions against that opponent, and I think that, because I should have probably taken the cut downs out. But they were clearly a mono-black aggro style. I thought they were more control. So cut downs actually weren't terrible in our deck. Yeah, we're gonna hit mulligan. I just don't trust the number of lands there. Alright, this seems good. We'll keep this. We'll put the bolt on the bottom. Keep the rest. Go Proving Ground. Next turn we'll check their hand with the Truth. Yep, probably should have kept Flame Blessed. I had no clue what we were playing against. Well, we get rid of the Cruelty of Gix. Hey there, Elsewhere Angel. Welcome back. Hope you're doing well. Let's play the Cliffs, gain a life. I'm doing okay. Just getting some unfortunate RNG with some of our decks. We tried playing Naya humans and we could never draw the lands right. Like we ended up playing probably like 10 games and only won like 4 of them. That's how bad the lands were messing with us. We lost 4 of them just blatantly to lands. Alright, let's keep them off this. I think the opponent was maybe confused that we used that right away on a creature that doesn't necessarily seem that worthwhile. Yeah, as it enters the battlefield or attacks, you may put a land from your graveyard to the battlefield under your control. You can discard lands to gain life, draw a card, or give indestructible. Okay. We'll cycle. Oh, there's an Invoke Despair. That lets us get rid of the Fable here. Now what's better, just taking 6 and using Burn Down? Nah, I can't really afford that. We're going to Invoke Despair. Unfortunately, I'm staring at this in our opponent's hand and thinking, well, that's going to be the worst thing for us. Rakdos in 3-color decks with Rakdos seems good in Standard. Well, the thing is, we are just straight up Rakdos here. We have the Triomes because they help a domain card. Go burn down the house for the tokens. The reason why we're going for the tokens is because we can use these to block, and we'll get more mileage out of them this way than if we were to just use it for the 5 damage. Use this cut down. Point damage here. Alright, we will kick a discard spell at them. Deals 3 damage to them, and we make them discard 2 cards. I just want... Yes! They discarded the green card. This is the whole thing I was worried about. Now, if we can get this bombardment down, we might be able to take back over here. Right. Damage to face. Block. Finish off the Harvester. Go for the Bombardment. I'm risking the opponent having drawn another one of those green cards, but also more worried about them No, they top-decked a Terra Sunder! Oh, the opponent is so lucky on that. I thought I would be able to get the punish because, you know, we just made them discard their hand. Alright, let's big score the lands. See if we might be able to survive here, but... Soul Transfer... Get rid of the token. Opponent's turn. I get rid of the token just because it makes it sound like they'd have a guaranteed land for that. But we're dead if they top deck a land. Might have been a reason to, like, duress one of those. The one card we knew. Yep. Alright. They get it. But we're in a best of 3, so that is not the end of this. Alright. Rotten Reunions in the deck. Parasitic Grasp into the deck. Anything else? Okay, we know the opponent runs that card that actually answers us, so another Duress in. I think I'll take out one Burn Down. Go down one Lightning Strike. Truth doesn't seem terrible against them. They run a fair bit of enchantments. Guess we'll go down one more Lightning Strike. I think, like, what's the last card we go down here? There are a lot of early creatures, but I think we'll take a cut down out. Oh, did I remember putting in the last Flame Blast Bolt? I think I forgot to. Oh well. Because I run 2 main board and have a 3rd one in the side deck. Now, we'll be in trouble if the opponent actually does have something to eat our graveyard with. And considering how many people are using their graveyards right now, I think one of the things that's actually a pretty good idea is just run the vehicle that allows you to eat graveyards. We have Rotten Reunion to eat graveyards, but the card is at least more consistent. Alright, this seems keepable. Only drawback with Drag to the Bottom, it does require having the actual land types in play for it. Take a peek. Parasunder, gonna take that. Giant starts with 4, but doesn't... Not gonna be an issue, because we can just burn down the house and get rid of it. Old Rutstein gives the opponent lots of value here, especially considering they can now get that land back. Alright, they go for Jaya. Burn it down. Wind Grace for our opponent. They get the land. Gonna use Soul Transference to exile it. Okay, nothing they can do with the black-red. I was just checking to see like what they had option-wise. So, exile you. I would love to exile the underdog here, but this is just such a large body, I have to get rid of it. What did we get off the top? A lightning strike. Not what we're hoping for. Let's give up drag to the bottom. Exile Jaya. We have enough mana that if we actually draw our Bombardment now, that we can actually get an immediate trigger. I think one of those things about the Bombardment decks, we need to have blue in the deck just to get that, you know, extra draw value on some of the cards. I think draw value over discard is probably more important. Alright, we're gonna hold and pass. Alright, they go for the Blitz. Me 8, 9. Can't afford to take that much. Planning on, if they put it to the board, lightning striking it anyway, so that way if we hit a sweeper, we'd be able to get them all off the board. Right. This actually does allow you to eat graveyard, so I can't remember if it lets you eat the opponents. From a graveyard. Okay, yeah, so you can't eat from your opponent's graveyard with this. Alright, cycle. We get the Flame Bless here, but the opponent's turn, we're going to take a lot of damage. Cruelty of Gix lets them read ahead to revive something from their graveyard. Which card do they go for? Do they go for Jaya back to the board, or do they go for... Oh, they went for the Tutor first. Well, in all honesty, I never really cared to try to do the Magma Opus variant. Don't get me wrong, I think Magma Opus is an amazing card. There we go. Bombardment. Dureshu, please don't have the removal spell for my Bombardment. Opponent. Alright, let's go ahead and grab the lounge here. Let's wait if we hit the domain spell. Nope. Yeah, nice game. Oh, they probably had so much enchantment hate. We weren't going to win against them, unfortunately. And the thing is, I had to actually play them in that order. I can't duress check their hand first because Bombardments were the first spell you played this turn. So I have to risk it to the board. Oh well. We'll go for another game. Now, if it was... I think right now, just drawing lots of cards just to get your value over making your opponent lose cards in hand is a little better because there's just so much graveyard interaction right now. No, mulligan. It's definitely a mulligan. Alright, we'll keep this one. I'm gonna go with all the discard cards. Surprise! It's another deck with black. Get rid of Paragon. Because if we don't get rid of Paragon, they can just replay that anyways. Discard 2. Opponents just realize that we're not likely to have many creatures, so they give up their removal. Land pass. We actually have this as a -5/-5 because of our land base, because of how domain works. So it is basically an improved version of language to us. Land pass. I'm gonna cycle this lounge. I didn't cycle it originally because I was worried I wasn't going to find a spell to interact with my opponent. Like, I wouldn't have enough mana to... Alright, we actually do get the mana for the Bombardment. We're gonna risk Bombardment to the board. If the opponent has an answer to it, we are gonna get punished hard. If they don't, though... Well, we get to hurt their hand. Alright, Henrika to the board will... If they immediately transform, it would become a 5 toughness at most. They're going for as much draw value as they can. I should have held that land, actually. Track the truth. Let's look at their hand. I'd rather not deal with the Angel. This is actually a really good card. Because even if you're only in just like white splash black or white splash red, you're still looking at the fact that it just gives you... Deals 2 damage, gives you 2 life. They got another Paragon off the top of their deck. We just have to draw spells. Any spell should help us out here. One of the things the opponent should do is they should just play a Meat Hook X0. That way, if we end up hitting Extract the Truth off the top of our deck, well, I guess it wouldn't matter. But it makes that way we can't use Extract the Truth to make them sacrifice an enchantment to matter. I guess they can top deck a Spirit Companion to solve that issue. Gotta be kidding me. But this is why I think you need a lot of draw in a Bombardment deck. I went with the idea of having cards that you can replay from Graveyard from the side deck, like Rotten Reunion, instead of the Artifact. Because it helps us trigger the card. The Meat Hook doesn't help us trigger, but when they have the Meat Hook, it's kind of one of the things we want it on our side too. The opponent's big spells here. So I don't think Cut Down is going to be useful. Okay, we just want just the grasps. So I think I need to maybe include like more Invoke Despair or something, but there's definitely cards that need to be adjusted to make this work better. Let's go down Lightning Strikes and try it. Oh, actually, up a strike, down the grasp. Try it like that, I think. Yeah. Yeah, no, I think Grixis is the way you really probably should do this. It's either like you go red, blue, white, or you go Grixis. Just straight red, black doesn't feel like you get the value you're hoping for. But keep this. Let's extract some truth. Actually get rid of Spirit Companion. Next turn we'll use Duress, get rid of the other enchantment. So, opponent keeps in Infernal Grasp and Voltage Surge. Those are completely dead to them in this matchup. They're nothing but discard fodder. Let's soul transfer this right now. It helps us preserve our life total. And since it's exiled, we don't have to worry about it coming back. I am worried about this being in the graveyard because if they're like our variant of the deck, they could just still loop it for card draw with the 3-drop. Maybe not loop is the correct word, but they could still replay it from the graveyard. Let's go ahead and fire off the Invoke Despair right now. Get ourselves some card draw. Hopefully we can get our 6th land for the Bombardment. Oh, there we go. Now the question is... Never mind. Question's nothing. Okay, so... Gonna use the big score. No, I take it back. We're just gonna Bombardment. Get it on the board. Risk the opponent having some side deck answer to it. Because I don't think they have a main board. And we're just gonna go ahead and burn down the house so that way we can deal with the board state. Let's burn it down. We get the Duress. Take a look at their hand. Alright, we may as well make them discard Massacre. And this is one of those things, if you're playing against a Bombardment deck, you may as well put this on the board as an X0, so that way when I destroy all your things, you're at least draining me life. Let's discard. We have Lightning Strike we can play during their turn. I extract the truth. Please sacrifice your enchantment and duress the burn spell out of your hand. And we'll meat hook you X1. Gonna hold the land in the hand just in case I end up hitting big score. I'll be honest though, I did screw up. I should have put a pause on the opponent's upkeep. Because we had both of those discard spells. Yep, and there they go. So, with both of those cards under Bombardment here, Duress and Extract the Truth, I can make it so that way if I can play an instant spell, no matter what they draw, they won't be allowed to play it unless it's an instant speed spell, because I'm just going to rip it right from their hand. Alright. Well, we just run it back. I should not keep this. No. We'll keep this one. Because we got the Flame Blessed, which is actually a great removal spell against most of the cards we've seen from them. Then we have Extract the Truth, so we can potentially keep them off their turn 3 play. Alright, let's take a look. We take Fable. That probably is the best option. Because it puts him completely on top deck mode for lands. Unfortunately, for us, they prove that they can still hit those lands. Otherwise, our best pick would have been to get rid of Edgar. Let's see, so if the opponent goes land, play 4-drop, we can use Sabotage, get rid of the other 2. Flame Blast before Edgar hits board. That's a great draw. Alright, opponent's in top deck mode. We can have Soul Transfer, get rid of the Edgar. Fable's a good draw for them. Goodbye, Edgar. Now attack, no more lands. Next, like 3 turns, non-land cards. Wow, opponent just draws pure gas. Alright. What's the big ultimate on that? Oh, shoot. Why did I have to draw more land? This is another reason why it's nice having draw spells, is because when you get into you've drawn a lot of lands, you could potentially play your draw spell and continue playing other spells. Alright, opponent's just gonna blitz the underdog. And I don't fault them for doing that, because it allows them to get card draw, get the damage through now. Because if we draw a sweeper, let's see, 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yep, no, they have lethal, so. I got, what, 4 cards, and that was it? I gotta play 4 spells? Yeah. There was my 4 spells. Oh, what are you supposed to do with that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So yeah, we got to draw a total of 13 cards this whole game, and only 4 of them weren't land. I think it'd take me too long to try to reconfigure the deck to be Grixis to get those card draw. So we'll come up with a Grixis deck idea for maybe next stream. The power of being able to like affect your hand at instant speed is so powerful. I thought this deck idea would be great, but it's just not wanting to work out quite how we were hoping. So this seems pretty keepable. We got all of our early interactions. The only drawback is we have tap land to play with, but I think we can handle that. Oh. See? I'll still play with the tap land first. Blood-Tithe Harvester for our opponent. I think I still want to take a look at their hand more. Because if they have Fable, I just want to get rid of it. You know, I don't want to deal with the Meat Hook. Because a Meat Hook X0 just sitting on the board is an issue. Let's get you out of here. Gain another life. And it'll be the opponent's turn. Okay, so they discard Lily. Kinda glad that they discarded Lily. What do you synth out? You synth into a synth. So, whatever this card is going to be lost forever. Happen to be a land. They have enough power on the board, I want to just drag this. -3/-3 from the drag worked out at a good time. Oh, that's good for us. Let's start off going for the big score. We'll discard the mountain. Alright, we'll pass. We'll actually go ahead and take the 2. I don't plan on cutting it down. So that way we can go Bombardment and be able to get cards back. I think, though, it would probably be better for us if we Bombardment go for the cut down during our opponent turn? No. Do it now. I don't want them to sacrifice and get the extra drain against us with Braids. We'll sacrifice the artifact. Bombardment to board, and next turn we can Lightning Strike Braids. I have the land advantage here, opponent. I can do that. Let's actually start off with the big score. Track the truth. Let's take a look at your hand, opponent. What do you have? Nothing. Put a stop at the start of their turn. That way I can use Lightning Strike to get rid of the braids. But also so that way we can check whatever their new card is. And if it's a card we can interact with the Extract Truth, we force them to discard it. End turn. They draw. Before they move to the main phase, because it's still in draw phase, go for the kill on braids. Activate Big Score. Discard draw. Activate Extract Truth. Let's take a look at their hand. Takenuma. So they can discard that to add a creature back to their hand. Alright. It looks like they're going to discard it right away. Probably adding braids back to hand. Oh no, they go for Lily. Well, shame for you, opponent. Because I'll just burn down the house here. Discard draw. Extract the Truth. And make you discard that Lily you added to your hand. Yeah, so if in your... Oh, whoops, I forgot to put the stop there. Well, I got punished, but not really. And that's enough to make the opponent scoop it up. Alright. See, that's the whole goal of our deck here, is to try to lock down the opponent from being able to draw anymore. And if we're going to get back a card from Takenuma from discarding, just wait until the end step. That way, I would have less chances to interact. The fact that we managed to get the instant speed spell off of Burn Down for lightning striking was just pure luck. Like, the cut down that we had that was instant speed, we had no interaction, so them pulling that early to their hand meant we had all types of advantage. I just run it back. I don't think there's anything I need to bring inside deck-wise against this opponent. I don't actually think this Braids is actually that strong of a card. It works with the black-red sacrifice artifact deck because it gives them a sacrifice outlet besides just the anvil. But it's kind of still eh. I mean, it's a 3-drop 3/3. It has the potential of draining your opponent, but since your opponent always has the opportunity to potentially sacrifice to deny you the life and draw, it's not as amazing as I would think. It's just, here, let me put it this way. It's more niche of a card that you have to be in a very specific deck to make use of. It's not like a Shouldred, which can go into most any black deck. Alright. On the open, we'll keep it. Got ourselves a decent hand for interact with the opponent. Only drawback to the Grasp is it does require us to cleave it to hit most of their targets. Alright, opponent's gonna pilfer, make us discard. What do they attack here? Alright, they don't want the duress where we gotta take a look and take a specific card. Play the Xander's Lounge, since we can't go duress and maybe hold a Flame Bless against a certain spell. Alright, so that is more than likely why they didn't want us duressing them. Opponent, please discard 2 cards. Alright, so they gave up the Braids. Probably because they saw we still had 2 Lightning Strikes and a Grasp. Smelter's pretty good for the opponent. Especially considering we haven't drawn more lands, so we don't have the ability to play a sweeper if we draw it. Let's pass it to the opponent. Because we play all of these cards except for Sabotage and Instant Speed. Let's go ahead and kill the Smelter, gain 3 life. Get rid of the Reflections. And pass. Oh, there's that Children that I was talking about. That might have been a tasty snap, because I might have wanted to double Lightning Strike that. Yeah, that was a hasty snap. I think we're just dead here, unfortunately. Children is a beast of a card. And we got stuck on... Ooh, we do actually hit double Lightning Strike here. Well, we're dead to most anything from our opponent, but let's see what they have. If they drop another Shoulder, we just die from drawing. They play an Epicure to kill us. Oh, we're not dead. We'll discard Sabotage. Let's hit them with the Duress, see what they're holding in hand. 2 lands, awesome. And we go for the cut down, because if we don't, we die. Blood Tithe we can hit with the Soul Transfer. So I actually would like to draw land, just that way we can potentially play a sweeper. Maybe they signed out all the removal. Maybe we get away with this. No! They top deck the Oni Cult Anvil, which does 1 point of damage. Well done, opponent. Well done. Well done. What do they have priority with that we're not dead yet? Oh, because Synthesizer still has to resolve. But why is it hanging like this? Am I lagging again? Okay, there we go. The game was just stalled out there. That... We were so close. Children. I forgot about that. The fact the opponent could be playing that. Maybe we do some adjustments. Let's actually take the Sabotage out. Let's go another Grasp and 1 Meat Hook. And go up. One Infernal Grasp, down 1 Lightning Strike. We'll do it like that. Alright, we'll keep it. Okay, so opponent gets an Epic here. We'll just go extract some truth from them. Goodbye, Lily. They top deck an anvil. Okay, opponent doesn't use the anvil right away. That surprises me. What did land pass? Truthfully, I thought they'd sacrifice this immediately to get the 1/1, do a point of damage. Right? Opponent probably realized that they made a mistake on their ordering. Yeah, I was kind of wondering, like, is the opponent ever going to bring out the Harvester, or are we going to just go with the Death of a Thousand Cuts from the Epic here? I will just use Drag here. We can hit one more black source once Invoke Despair. Would be nice. Let's drag. Opponent's got priority just because of the blood token. No, they pilfer away our Invoke. And that was a top deck pilfer. Because we knew their hand from the last time we took a look at it. Alright, let's go ahead and bolt this right now. Opponent cycles their land. Alright, they're all on the board here. Just need a land. Let's take a look at what that is. Yes, discard. Thank you. Again, opponent making mistakes for the cycling. If you have a land you're going to plan on cycling, but are going to be tapping yourself out, do it at your opponent's end step. Can we draw a land, please? Why? If I had drawn a land, I could have been able to punish the opponent with Burn Down since they just used up their last artifact. If they play Shouldered, we just lose, I think. Because we get brought down too low. Let's see, we go down to 2 life. That means if they hit like another Anvil, we die. If they hit an Epicure, we're dead. Try to think, like, what could they drop that doesn't just say we're dead? What could that random be? Alright, we finally hit that land. We get to burn it down. They're still holding it. We are still missing land drops for Bombardment. Alright, Harvester for our opponent. We'll cut that down. opponent's going with the discard plan. Alright, cut it down now. Lightning strike it now. We're forcing them to use the anvil to just point us for 1. But they no longer get the token because it already triggered to give them the token. Ah! Need to land. Synthesizer's a great draw for our opponent, and they hit a Sorin off of it. Oh, that's so good for them. Oh, they plus? Ooh, we hit the land. What is the correct play here? Is it play Bombardment or is it play Soul Transfer? I think it's Bombardment. Because we give our opponent basically another draw chance for the Shouldred, because they hit Shouldred, we're just dead, because Anvil just eats the Synthesizer and deals a point of damage to us. And Shouldred kills us on our draw. This is just how close this game is. Alright, so we have so many cards in our graveyard that actually deal with Harvester on board. Opponent, though, doing things in the wrong order again. If you're going to sacrifice that, you do that before you play your card, just in case you want to play the card you exile. And again, you should be playing the exiled land instead of land from hand, because you have blood tokens to take advantage of. Alright, we go for... Oh, wait. Go for Soul Transfer. Unfortunate. I mean, this is good, but we only get one card drawn. Soul Transfer fizzles is why it's unfortunate. And we draw bad. I thought for a second, yeah, it would have been better if we used the big score. Because we could have... What I should have done is what I should have done. Should have big scored. Discarded Bombardment. Just accept we only have the one Bombardment. And we would have been able to play the Soul Transfer afterwards with the amount of mana we had open. So now, considering our life total was 3, the opponent had the ability to attack in with the token, use Oni Cult, bring us down to 1. So we'd be dead to just Oni Cult sacrificing to itself. Unless we manage to use the big score that we got off the big score and dig in something else. And, you know, go with the Bombardment trigger also potentially giving us an answer during their turn. It's a lot of what-ifs, but that was the correct decision. I should have big scored away the Bombardment. My greed got the best of me. Alright. I think we'll just go ahead and call it there, since the deck isn't running as well as I would have liked. Tried taking this in the best of 3, and unfortunately, our biggest problem is there's a lot of just card draw mechanics and graveyard recursion right now in Standard that just attacking the hand doesn't feel strong enough. And I mean, we did have one game where we were able to have a person locked under duress and extract the truth under a Bombardment, but that was just one game. I think what we need to do is just include ourselves just more of a draw package and just control that way. And to do that, I think it'd probably be better maybe go Grixis with the deck, and also maybe adjust to have actually more Invoke Despair, less on the burn down control path. But that's just some, you know, insight I've been getting on what's the current meta, at least. A lot of the meta is play Black Recursion, and this doesn't fight against Black Recursion very well. Well, when the meta shifts, who knows? This deck might become a thing again, but I don't think it's strong enough at the moment. Okay. Well, let's see here. Unfortunately, that will have to do it for the discard bombardment deck. I'm trying to think like what we could do if we were to make it Grixis. Like if we maybe clone this. Call it the Grixis bomb. What cards should we take out? Obviously, I don't think the discard cards are strong enough. I think Lightning Strike is decent and good for the deck, but I think there's more of a call for other kind of cards because we need draw. I think we'll go up and invoke, down a burn down. Drag, since we're gonna be Grixis colors, I don't think we need the proving grounds. We just need to get ourselves some. Yeah. Now go with the Rafine's Tower, actually. And those in. Yeah, the important thing, which island are doing like, right? The 28 lands, so we need cut a few more lands at least. I like the idea of using Rana's Vortex. There's as a one-drop that you can just use to bounce something, and then you can kick it to put things on the bottom of the deck. So you don't have to worry about it getting recurred.
The top 4 cards in the library may be linked to your source. You put among them, put your hand, press on the bottom of the library in random order. Galvanic. It's been a while since I've used this. It's a really good spell. And did that card rotate out? Probably did, didn't it? Yeah, so that card rotated. So all we actually have is big score for draw and crit treasures. I was thinking we have maybe still Strike It Rich. What other exile spells do we have access to because of the graveyard being such an issue? Maybe we should probably focus on them in maybe black. So that way we could just leave red as more of a splash color. Kind of like splash for the big score bombardment plan. If there's any suggestions in chat, feel free to shout them out so I can maybe try them for the deck idea. Going more of a black plan, we could do March of Red Sorrow, but March of Red Sorrow doesn't do anything if it gets hit by Bombardment. So it's kind of a feels bad if that's our card that gets exiled with it. The Timely Soul Transfer is like our best like exile spell. I guess we could always just try to run Bleed Dry. Because it's instant speed, -13 to a creature. Only problem with Bleed Dry is it only works on creatures. Super Friend decks are definitely still a thing. Maybe we could try and Debt to the Kami. Because this hits both creatures and enchantments. It's at least multi-purposed. Only problem is they get to choose what they exile. feel like I need more drag, but I don't have too many craft cards. I guess we'll add one more. I think maybe a counterspell would probably be a decent idea in the deck still. Because that way we can try to protect our bombardment after it resolves. Problem is, all the universal counterspells have a double blue cost on them. The ones that aren't double blue have a just make your opponent pay more. We don't really put any creatures in the deck. Make disappears still a make them pay 2. Could that be good? It feels like we just have blue splash for just a couple draw spells, and we have Round this Vortex, which is actually a good control spell. I was thinking about maybe Leer, but then we have so many doubles costs on all of our cards, I'm a little worried about it. So we'll go back to black here. Try to round out the last of the control with black, maybe. I guess still having the Duresses in the main board isn't a bad thing. I guess at this point, like, the only issue is we just don't have enough things that give us life back. You know, I like the idea of using maybe Extinguish the Light here. It's expensive, but if we manage to play it on a small card, we get some life back. So having a couple of those in probably isn't that bad. But it answers any creature or planeswalker. If we kill a small planeswalker, we still get the life back. How many lands do we have here? We have 24 lands. Let's see. No, I'm gonna take Consider instead. Or maybe not. How many? Am I 60 cards now? So we have Rana's Vortex cut down. Oh, I just realized something I could consider for the deck. Molestus actually would be good in the deck. So let's see, we have ourselves some bounce. We have cut down, duress, flame bolt. So we have lots of early game interaction. We have indulgence to give us card draw. We have iteration to be able to double up a spell. Soul transfer exiles any creature or planeswalker. Drag to the bottom and burn down the house, both sweepers. Big score for draw. Invoke despair up to 3 now and 3 bombardments. That could actually work out pretty decent. I think the Celestis being added in will be useful because it'll give us some a little ramp, which is nice. Color fixing because we're 3 colors, and potential life gain with card draw, even if it's looting. So yeah, well, that should do it. That should work out. So we've developed the Grixis Bomb. Although I just realized what time it is. I know that we got a little distracted trying to make that deck after the discard Bombardment deck didn't work out how we were hoping. And I think this deck will patch up a lot of the problems that we had. So if you're looking for the deck list that we were just working on, it's right here. We'll need to maybe go and retool the side deck to better complement the blue in the deck now. Like give it some like negates or something for the control matchups. But that could be interesting to try out. In any case, it's starting to get late, and I really need to start powering things off in here because it is still super warm. It was over triple digits yet again today. We're setting record weather here in California.
So, and unfortunately, my like internet connection's been unstable for a while, so I do think it's a good idea for me to call tonight. Thank everyone for joining. Sorry that we've had some connectivity issues. Um, Unfortunately, we had a little bit of a hiccup also with decks wanting to perform. If you got the early end of the stream, though, you caught a really strong deck that worked out amazing. And I can't recommend that white-black Reanimator deck any more than I already have. So, in which case, I wish you all have a nice night, and we'll catch you next time. Since we're such a small group, I think we'll just go ahead and go no raid tonight. So, take care, and hopefully see you next time.